Hello everyone. I am Steve, and welcome to another Mac84 live stream. How's everyone doing today? Doing good? Yeah? Alright, we got, looks like 20, 30 people, something like that, in the chat, so hello and welcome to whatever we're doing here today. And just the camera there slightly. So, another unboxing. I know, but this is interesting. So, who do we have here tonight? We have Jay from the House of Moth, we have Starbuck Tech. We have Ron's computer videos, we have Sad Mac336, we have Thomas, we have Andrew, we have Mr. Grumpy, very fitting name. Hot Rod, we have Garth, let's see, Frederick is here, Christina is here, and who else? Greg is here, but he has to race, we understand. He's got a jet, he's got to go. Craig is here, Retrotech Chris is here, Ozelot is here, Trina is here, of course, Bruce is here, let's see, Andrew is here, unless I mentioned Andrew already, Keith is here, and welcome to Video City is here, hello, Wazzy and Watt is here, and alright, so, let's get right into it. My goodness, I just adjusted this camera, and it didn't do the thing. Oh, anyway, my head's going to be a floating light bulb, I guess, for the remainder of the evening. But that's okay, I suppose, because what else are we going to do? There we go. We can adjust that slightly so it's not as bad. But, alright. Yeah. So, a little bit of a backstory behind this. I got a box, and I'll tell you what's in it. It's a PowerBook. But you'll know of the PowerBook in a moment. And so, a friend of mine sold me a PowerBook, and unfortunately, during the shipping, it pretty much got destroyed. And there's a bunch of stuff in here. Bring it out. Now, the PowerBook was a parts PowerBook, but it unfortunately had an incident during shipping. And it's one I didn't have before. It's a PowerBook 2400C. And unfortunately, during shipping, this thing got banged around and squashed and sat on enough that the plastic on the back, right here, just snapped. You can see that just protruding right out of there. It's not supposed to be like that. So that got snapped. And to make matters worse, because I could deal with some broken plastic, the LCD got cracked as well. So there were only some scratches on the LCD, but feeling that those are, that's separated, and if you look at it from a certain angle, you could just tell that there's just 1, 2, 3 pieces of glass now, so completely separated. So, a big shame that happened. No fault of the person that sent it. Obviously, the people who handled this probably shoved it under an elephant pen and they sat on it. But I always wanted a PowerBook 2400. They're very unique little machines. They're very cute. They're very stylish. They're very tiny. I mean, the PC card slots are on the back. I mean, that's interesting. Exactly, yeah. It's very, very strange. Yeah, so I've always wanted one of these, but, yeah, I can never afford one. Now, you can just see the damage done to this side, unfortunately, when it was just crushed. So, Bruce blames everybody. Anyway, it was packaged very well. If you saw the way the box was packaged, not in the box I'm showing you, you saw the way the box was packaged, you would say, well, how did they manage that? Anyway, so there goes all the stuff on the floor. Anyway, I thought, well, I need a replacement LCD. I need, I could live with the broken plastic, I could glue it or whatever. But the screen is really the problem there. So, what am I going to do? Well, I know that any PowerBook 2400 I see goes for an insane amount of money. There was one on eBay for over $800, and that's how much it sold for. I was casually watching it. Nope. Not going to afford that. For those of you concerned about the cracked PowerBook, there is a postal claim that I have to get around to setting up, so hopefully that'll be taken care of. But anyway, so while I was talking about that, Colin from This Does Not Compute was on one of my live streams, and started emailing him back and forth, and he informed me of a PowerBook 2400C that was on Yahoo Auctions in Japan. And I'm well aware of some of these services where you could pay a courier or a third party to get, a product. You pay for it, and then there's a middleman service, and they send it up to you. Because a lot of these places in different countries, they don't have shipping services to the U.S., or a lot of the sellers aren't really inclined to do that. It's extra cost. They have to deal with customs. They don't want to do it. So this intermediary buys these on your behalf. You pay a small fee, and they send it on your way. Never used one of these before. I've seen tons of people on YouTube do it. Heard lots of good things about them, some bad things about them, and I thought, well, what could be involved? So I watched the auction, and then as it was about to end, like 30 minutes before it was going to end, I placed an offer on it, and I realized it's not an auction, it was a buy it now. So I sat around for like 6 days waiting for this thing, thinking I was bidding on it, because it was only $100, which isn't too bad. It was listed as junk, which a lot of stuff on Yahoo Auctions is, because the terminology there is basically, I didn't test it, I have no way of testing it, it used to work, etc. So you can't really read in too much to it. It's always a gamble. $100 is probably the maximum amount I'm going to spend on a questionable machine. However, they said that the screen worked. Now, whether that does or not, we'll see. So I paid for the item, and I paid for them to pack it up, the intermediary company. I paid for them to pack it extra well. I have not opened this box yet. I just took the shipping label off that said my name and address on it. I have not opened this up yet. So let's play around with it and open it up, because I am very excited to see if this thing actually came to me in one piece or not. So let's move over to the second camera here and unbox it live. All right, so the box I thought was going to be bigger, but it is a small PowerBook. I will say, when I was in Japan, I went to the hard-off stores. They were basically like a thrift store. They have a lot of stuff that was labeled as junk. A lot of the stuff I bought there worked perfectly fine. So yeah. Now, how did they actually... Oh, I see. There's the box join is over here. They are very creative with their packaging. I know stationery and packaging is a very nice art. Some people do it very well. Alright, yeah, if there was a hard off by me, I'd be broke. Alright, so far so good. Plenty of bubble wrap. Like, a lot of bubble wrap. This looks like this is the heart of the matter. Now, it was pushed up right against here. There was, like, no bubble wrap between this and the box. I thought they would at least double box this, but that doesn't look damaged, so that's good. I mean, I honestly would have expected a little more for the rewrapping costs they charged me, because there was no bubble wrap like up against this edge other than the one layer that was very thinly against this. So who knows if it shifted during packaging, but let's move that box over there. We continue to open up this thing. Always concerns me when things are placed on the top. I think this is the power jack. Yeah, this is the power cord. Very curious to see if this display survived. It has. It looks like it's in excellent shape. Nice Japanese keyboard as well. I always find that's interesting. Now, this has been opened before. The rubber for the screw holes are missing, but this is so tiny. How tiny this PowerBook is. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we have a battery here, which we're going to remove. But this looks pretty good. Hey, Colin! Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, it does look pretty good. So far, so good. Let's see if there's any corrosion here. No, actually not. Let's see. Everything looks satisfactory. Back, there's no breaking or damaging here. Well, some scuffs and scrapes, but I mean, this is used. I wasn't expecting anything new. Alright, so I think inside here is the power cord. Thank you, Colin. Yes, I'm glad I picked it up too. I was telling everyone before, I was sort of thrown off. I thought it was an auction, but it was a buy it now, so I got confused. Alright, so we have a PowerBook 45-watt adapter. Now, to my knowledge, this came with a 35-watt adapter. And then we have a a very interesting grounded power plug, which we will probably not be using. And a little baggie with 2 screws. Okay, whatever that is. I've always been interested with these PowerBooks. I know there were special modifications and stuff that people did to these overseas and such. I'm very curious to see if this will power on. I'm going to leave the battery out because a lot of the times with these old PowerBooks, if you have a dead battery, it will just play dead, and we don't need that suspense. Colin, if you don't mind, would you mind telling me what type of power adapter you used with yours? Do you use the 45 watt, or I have one that needs repair over here. I think it's a 37 watt or something along those lines. Let me see if there's a rating listed on the back of here. This says 24 volts, 1.5 amps max. That's all it says. But 1997. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, the screen has some scuffs, but nothing really bad. I hope it'll power right up. That'll be a nice surprise. Let's see if we have a power cord. This was plugged into my SCSI CD-ROM. Let me unplug that. Well, thank you very much, Colin, for your expertise there, especially when fooling around with something I only have one of. I don't want to take any chances. This monster of an LC3 behind me has been subjected to a barrage of, well, you can't see it behind me, but this, where's my cursor? There's an LC3 here that has been subjected to a lot of torture to get my RaSCSI adapter to work correctly. And everyone in the Open Retro SCSI Discord, thank you very much for your patience. Eric, Tom, everyone there. I'm forgetting people I know. Thank you, because I've been pestering you to try and get this thing to work, and it's been fun. All right, hey Justin, welcome to the chat. All right, so we're gonna plug this in. Power into the power adapter. Which is looks fine to me. And let's try and power it up. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's okay. Kind of expected this. But now that I have a power adapter, I was sort of concerned about playing with the broken one. I know Jay's giving me a run for his money. I'm very curious if this busted one turns on. I'm not giving up on this yet. I'm just very curious to see if it's the power cord, or I have other power cords I could test, but I was sort of cautious to shove too much voltage into one. It might, Bruce. Yeah, I have no idea the state of this one either. This has some corrosion on the battery terminals. Yeah, no signs of life there. But let's move this out of the way. I do have a PowerBook that's on the shelf over there. I'm going to go grab the PowerBook on the shelf, plug it into this power adapter, see if it turns on. That'll at least tell us if the power adapter works. this is a PowerBook 500 megahertz G3 bronze keyboard. Lovely machine. Plug our power adapter in. See if it wants to turn on. Yep. Alright, so we know the power adapter works. So that's good, because this thing does not have a working battery, I assure you. I think I took the battery out of this. Yeah, this is just empty piece of plastic. And I think there's a disc in the other one. Hi Steve, I'm turning out an SE30 board that chimes but doesn't show the mouse pointer. Does anything happen on the screen, Joe? Or is it is just bothering you there? Marcos, yeah, you could get a video scaler that will do VGA input or HDMI input to HDMI output, and then you can get an HDMI capture card. You need a scaler. Do not get those cheapo VGA to HDMI adapters. That will not do the trick. You need a scaler that could properly do like 640 to 480 to 720p, etc. Old businesses that use them for projectors, that's where you're going to find them. Let's go to shut down here. All right. So we know the power adapter works. That's good. Put that PowerBook in the box. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on here. This is so small. Yeah, let me show you the comparison here. This is the PowerBook G3, and this is the 2400. Just look at that. They're very tiny. Very, very tiny. You're welcome. I've been meaning to do a video about that because it's not really straightforward. Hopefully I'll get around to it. Very small. Alright, so let's try and figure out how to open this carefully. I see there are two screws here. And it looks like then this would lift up. Now I believe Colin did a video on a 2400, and I'm struggling to remember exactly the steps of opening this up. Huh. Wonder if there's an iFixit guide, because Apple's old PowerBooks are always very interesting to open up, to say the least. I'm going to try the power button on the back, because maybe the one on the front is, I don't know. Alright, Colin, thank you very much. Well, I'm glad you'll be around here for a little bit, Colin. I feel much better doing this in front of someone who's done it before than just randomly ripping things apart. And I need to find the smaller... It's like, where did I put my screwdriver bits? They're right here. Oh, thank you, Bruce. So between iFixit and Colin, we can't go wrong. Ow. Scalpels are sharp. Alright. I don't really think the PowerBooks suffered from the brittleness as you know, the other machines, but using a plastic sponger. Oh, where did I put my plastic thingamajig? Well, I have tweezers. I can be very gentle, or my fingers. There we go. Oh boy. So there are clips between here and here. I see. There's a little bug that keeps flying around here. I don't know what it is. Let me read this fully. Yeah, I see where they're being held here. Yeah, I'm gonna be very careful. I'm using my fingernails here just to loosen them before I'm doing anything silly. I don't want any more harm to come to this poor little guy. So it looks in pretty good shape. There we go. Of course, I just trimmed my nails, so that doesn't help. Oh, thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! No, this did not come from him. He just provided a link to where I could find it. He did not do anything beyond that, but I'm very grateful that he provided that link, because I wouldn't even thought to look at Yahoo Auctions. I'm trying to remember where I saw my little plastic tool thing. I know I have one. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, Dave. Thank you very much for joining. Alright, so I believe that's done. Alright, so using pop the hinges forward carefully. Let's look at the rest of the pictures here. Ah, okay. Alright, so... This is going to be fun, I can tell. Alright, so this right clip is completely loose now on that side, but not as far as under here. So this says, with the swelter, push in the plastic clips. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay. And then this one. Alright, so this has to be undone a little bit more. Let's look at that. We're painting a fence. Sounds exciting. Well, this one came apart. Let me see if I can see it from the other side. Yeah. That's a little bit easier. I can see the seam. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I understand this may not be the best view, but it's the only way I have my camera set up right now. So I have to deal. Wow, that PowerBook screen goes back far. All right, there's a screw in there that fell out. Put that to the side. Okay, this is kind of coming off now. Yeah, so this says push the two plastic clips in from the front. This one doesn't really want to, and it kind of wants to, and that's kind of it. It doesn't want to do anything further. Insert your clips to loosen the rest of the top clips across the back. Excellent. looks like fun. Alright, so we got one loose. There we go. Yay! Alright. So you have two little buttons there. We have the ribbon cable, which looks intact. Excellent. Alright, so use the spudger to push the small plate away from the monitor clips. It should come free easily. Which direction? Where do you... Oh. Oh, I see what this is. This is like a little bar thing. Because the other one I had this, but it was in pieces. I can see why, because this is very fragile looking. Just this little thin piece of plastic. This is a PowerBook 2400C. Specifications are currently unknown, but I'm going to assume it's a base model. I'm not going to guess that I got lucky with a overclocked one or anything like that. Okay, so what else do we do here? Okay, remove the keyboard cover. Doesn't really give you any details for that. It just says, oh, I see. Use your fingers to pull the keyboard cover back towards you to release the clips. Oh, I see. Huh. It's one of those things where if you didn't have the instructions, very difficult to figure that out. Oh, I see some corrosion, and the track bad care. It's a bit sad. It's very sad. There's no track pad thing. That's sad. Yeah, there's plenty of corrosion here. My goodness, something was very unhappy. Very, very, very unhappy. We're gonna get a closer look at this in a moment. Let's follow with the teardown here. I'm glad I didn't pay over $100. Well, not that much over $100 for this. Ouch. It's the corrosion song. It's the corrosion song. Nobody wants to hear it. It's the corrosion song. Yeah, here, let me snap this off the tripod here. If this will let me do that. And if you could see, it's all little bits all in the plastic here. It's a little hard to see from the lighting in this angle. Yeah, somebody did not learn how to battery. And there's quite a bit of corrosion around here. So, yeah. Well, I mean, this PowerBook was released elsewhere, but this particular one came from Japan. Well, it wasn't very common, though, I must say. All right, let's get back to our instructions here to figure out what the heck we're doing. And sorry, I missed up some of the chat there. Let me just scroll back. Yeah, let's take the keyboard out next. We're going to follow Colin's advice. Good call on that. As I drop the screwdriver. See, there are another pieces of plastic here. Doesn't matter how fast it is if it doesn't work, huh? All right, so let's. There are these little ribbon cables holding this in. And I do apologize that this is not. Well, can I get closer? Let's see. Would that just like ruin the? Whoops. I should have the preview open when I do things like that. Yeah, we don't need to see the box like we did before, so that's a little bit better. Right, so let's get these screws out of here. I see some purpley capacitors. If this was designed by Apple, it probably would have been much harder to take apart. Alright, yeah, I see a lot of corrosion. It's surprisingly not in this area, so I'm very curious to see like where there's actually corrosion on this thing. It looks like all under this, like here and here, so we'll see. We'll see. All right. Okay, so we made it this far. Let's keep on pushing through. All right, so I'm gonna take those. Let's see what we could do here. Now take the screws from the keyboard. Put them in here. It could be liquid damage, could be from battery, who knows? I mean, really don't know at this point. Okay, so let's take a look at here. Use your fingers to pull back the keyboard cover. Well, we don't have the ribbon cable attached for the trackpad, unfortunately, because some brute just ripped that all out of here. I do see some little corrosion here on the, but very light. Very light, so it probably came through. There's actually a dip switch here. Interesting. Alright, so let's see what else to do here. Remove the keyboard. Alright, so now we need to disconnect the infrared sensor, or the cable rather, for that. Very delicate. I do not really have any experience with these machines, so... Okay, that is disconnected. Remove the screw from the right side of the assembly. That is right here. Somebody's fingerprints are all over here. They've been here before. That's a long screw. Again, apologies for the lighting and such. Actually, hold on. I'm sitting here with lights right here. I could just set one of these up. Just give me a moment. This will hopefully make things a little bit better. A little bit. Alright, so we are going to keep unscrewing things here. That one was already removed. That one came out, I think, yeah, when we remove the other thing. Sorry. Let's see if I could pump this up a little bit. There we go. It's a little bit better. Yeah, I mean the camera's on a tripod here, so I'm gonna try to adjust this, but it's just a webcam. There's no real zoom on it or anything, so I apologize, but this ain't no microscope. Alright, so let's get continuing here. Remove the screw directly next to the ribbon cable. Okay. It's a lot. There's a big cluster of ribbon cables. Alright, so you have to remove this connector first. And it looks like we've removed this one second. Okay, so it looks like the logic board is pretty much separated now. So it wants us to remove the back so we can get the display off. Okay, so before continuing, adjust the screen to a 90-degree angle. We can do that. Okay. Let's just remove these two screws. Okay. Remove the two screws. In the next step, support the screen with one hand. Remove the second screw from the front. From what front? Oh, I see. Oh, look at that. Okay. There's this little thing in the way here. Oh, that's an infrared sensor board, which is kind of in the way. I guess I didn't undo this screw. Alright, so there's the display. Pretty good shape. We'll put this on top of everything in that box. So it sits on top there. Okay. All right. Let's put this screw in the hole where it came out of, so that stays together. All right, and then remove. I got a few more screws to do here. I had some tape. Where did I put the tape? Sometimes I like to label screws so I know where they came out of and where they go back. And this seems like a perfect opportunity to do that before I forget. Well, thank you very much. Alright, so these are for the back. Get marker out. So they're for the rear. This is the middle and the screen. So those are the long ones, I know that. That's from the front bar there. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we're going to probably have to label the next few of these. I try to be, because then 20 minutes after the stream, I'm going to be like, where does this screw go? I don't know where it goes. And a big shout out to Sean of Action Retro in the chat for making me go the extra mile in trying to figure out how a RaSCSI adapter works and the impeding headache that pursued. If anybody knows why OpenTransport 1.3 refuses to install and asks you to insert a disk that is clearly inserted, I'd love to know. I'd love to know. So that's step 10. And what fell? My plastic the that's what. Oh boy. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Copyright is always fun. Yeah, all right, so there's a metal spring here. Well, what used to be a metal spring. It is rusted to the point, well, it's pretty rusted. Put that back. Well, let me just put you all over there. There you go. Enjoy. We're not going to put a battery into you anytime soon. I mean, it doesn't look too bad too far, but we're getting there. All right. Next is the screw over here. So I'm going to just tape that screw there so I know that's where it came from. Okay. And then from there, you can now lift off the large shield and be careful to move the metal clips on the front of the shield. Okay. Oh yeah, I see all the fun corrosion here now. My goodness. I have one of those organizer boxes. I just don't have it here. Ooh, 64 megabytes of memory. Hey, hey. Not too shabby. Look at that. I do see a spot of corrosion here by the memory. And I think we're going to see a lot worse. A lot worse. Because we're about to remove everything to get to the board. Okay, so how many screws we got here? One, that one's already gone. Two, make sure this little cable is undone. Is now. Leave that there. This one came out the corner there. Alright, so we'll put that back in the corner in a moment once I get this out. There's 3 tiny screws here. And then the microphone comes out there. Okay, so let's get more of this tape. It's not the best, but it'll keep these screws in at least. And I thought to myself, but what happens if it works? This will be such a short stream. Wishful thinking. Okay. I see some bodge wires. That's always a good sign. Alright, so what's next? Remove the system board assembly. Well, that sounds like fun. Carefully remove the audio port cover. Okay, cool. Alright, so now to unscrew the logic board here. I'm actually gonna draw a diagram here. Grab some paper. Of course, what other paper would I have grabbed? What other paper do I have like 1,000 sheets left of? Alright, so I'm going to draw a quick diagram of the logic board here. Okay. That's where the RAM is. Yeah, the little display thingy's there. Alright, so a screw goes there. A screw came out there. We have a hole here, but that's filled. Screw comes out here. Hole here and a hole here, but those are both empty. That's what I meant before. Here's a little jumper thing. We have a screw there. 2 screws there. This sort of cuts in here. We have a screw hole there. We have a screw there. And there are these like metal fin guys here. Alright, and I think that's everything. Yeah, we have this and this. And these, but those are them. Alright, cool. This way we hope to lose less of them. I used to do this with PC laptops all the time because they were PCs and, you know, they would make many different variables and changes to them. And it would be really annoying because you'd follow the instructions online and it would be like for the model that came last year and it was, you know, slightly different. Don't tempt me, Bruce. I'll do it. What the hell is this hideous thing? Oh, that's a Mac84 original. He can't even draw the memory chips square. That's a long one. All right. Ooh, this one has some corrosion on it. Ooh, that's not turning. We'll have to get back to that one. That one's not turning either. I think the corrosion got to those. So we have potential problems here. It is not fixed yet, you silly billies. Okay, so remove this little wire for the audio jacks. That goes all the way around here and goes, well, oof. Yeah, that's nasty. So this whole thing kind of wants to come out, but I see that there's still stuff. Oof. I mean, just the speaker. We don't need sound on a Macintosh, do we? Whole multimedia thing is a fad anyway. Let's see if I left. Yep, there's a screw that's just hiding under there that I did not get. It's gonna come out? No? Well, I guess I'll... So we still have some things attached, and we still have 3 screws that we have not undone for fear they are stuck to something. My goodness, that looks horrid. I'm just trying to see like what took the brunt of it here? I mean, it just looks like someone spilled something all over this. Oh my goodness, that's horrible! That is horrible! I mean, maybe they were right when they said junk. Let's see if I could... Yeah, it's still screwed in there. There we go. Let's see if I could... If I get this out, the whole thing should come out. There we go. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Well, if there was any question of the battery being good, that went out the window. Okay, let's try and figure this out here. So, first let me put the screw back here. Oh yeah, and we'll get a look at that in a second. Let me just make sure nothing is falling off of here. Just looking at the processor, 180 megahertz, but it's on a card, so that could be replaced. The board surprisingly seems okay, but let me try and get this close to the camera here because there was a weird angle going on here. So the battery looks like it's like fine, but I don't know. Maybe this just got spilled. Something got spilled on it or under it. Because it's all on this plastic here, or is this? I don't know. Is it plastic with metal coating? I don't know what this is, but it's like it's nasty. I'm gonna try. Yeah, these screws are these are like little washers that are here. Move this out of the way. See if we could do is I'm gonna bring the camera closer. I have this little tripod guy. I'm gonna try that out, huh? I mean, just look at the bottom here. What's surprising is the board appears to be okay. I mean, that's a heat sink there. I mean, I'm gonna look at the underside of this. Yeah, it looks like everything's coming from the battery there. There's no hard drive in it, but I do have ways of getting data onto here. I am missing the interconnect cable for the floppy drive, which is a bit annoying, but yeah, I mean, we got a little spot on there, but this all looks clean. And we have a little spot here where the battery was connected. We have 2 resistors that were soldered on there, but there's a speck of corrosion there. Just a little blue speck between 2 of the VGA ports here. So but that's it. That's really it. I mean, doesn't look too bad, honestly. Oh yeah, we're going to show this under the microscope in a little bit. Don't worry, we're going to get to that. I just, got this thing apart, so I'm just curious of... Ow. My head slammed into the metal thing. Let's try and get this battery out. So, yeah, one of the screws that wasn't moving, well, 2 of them. Let me see if I can adjust those at all. Alright, good. That one loosened. So I want to make sure there's no corrosion on the processor card. That would stink. So there's screws that are holding in the processor card, which are nice and blue in nature, so who knows how hard it is between the processor and the logic board. Oof. Need to wash my hands after this. You've seen enough of my RaSCSI today. I tell you. Oh, that's not turning. Try this guy. Alright, there we go. So we have one screw that is stripped. And this is just turning the whole dang nut, isn't it? Yes, it is. Well. Oof. Oof. Hold that metal nut there as we get this screw out of there. Oh, come on. Does every screw on this damn machine want to strip itself? At least that's kind of loose now. Let's see if we could get the... I fear that one of those screws holding it on is going to be imperative to getting this card off. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so that's the bottom of the processor card. Other than those screw posts, I mean, I don't see any corrosion on the circuitry itself. Not a speck. So there's the processor. I mean, there's tons of little dots all around here, which I'm sure is not helping anything. But honestly, I would be surprised if it's not anything. I mean, if it's. I mean, I think it's just the battery that is bad. To be honest, I mean, that's obviously it leaked or whatever. How do we get this battery out? Well, let's not do that anymore. You stay put. Okay, so this piece of plastic is stuck in there by that screw that doesn't want to be removed. Let's see if we could... Yeah, I might be able to turn it this way. Sorry, Mike. Hey, we got it. The screw is coming loose. This seems to have a battery explosion. I'm going to be washing my hands thoroughly tonight. And of course, yeah, the one last screw might have to be drilled out because that is stuck in there, I tell you. So this battery comes out from here, from top of this board. Yeah, there's nothing even turning that screw at this point. It's just... It's like a hollow screw. That's... Or it just ate away at everything, which could totally be the case. Oh, boy. I mean, okay, now I do see some little bits of corrosion right here, and that is on this Motorola chip. It's not the processor, but that would certainly make the machine not happy. So what I'm planning on doing, guys, is to try and just take out that battery, clean this up as best we can, and see if we get any life out of it. That is my plan right now, because I've seen worse. I've seen far worse. Let's try and undo these wires here. As for the speaker and the PRAM battery. Okay, the PRAM battery goes there. The speaker actually survived. Take that out. Okay. Yeah, so it's this one screw that is not helping us out here. See if I could just clip that out. It is so corroded, I wouldn't be surprised if it just disintegrates. Well, kind of is, yeah. I mean, once I get this screw out, it's not going back. About 50 people here. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for stopping by. Today we are continuing our efforts in trying to save a PowerBook that I got a while back. I went and purchased a junk board, and yeah, well, it is junky to a degree. That's not going to help coming out, and there is some corrosion by that switch. See, it's right around plastic. So, I don't know why it's buffering, guys. My connection says everything is fine, so might be something to do with something else on YouTube. I see a buffer in here too, but I mean, it says my drop frames are 0, so whatever I'm sending to YouTube seems to be okay. And I don't want to break this plastic or anything, because that would not be fun to try and replace. Sort of at a loss of what to do at the moment. I mean, I guess I could snap the plastic around holding in that screw, but I don't really want to. Maybe I could push it from this side. Oh, there goes the camera. Sorry. I do have a Dremel. I guess I could use the said Dremel. Let me see what attachment I have on it. I think I have a very small one. Yeah, I have a very, very precise bit attached to this Dremel. Let me get my glasses out so I don't kill myself here. If it's plugged in, wouldn't it start even if the PRAM battery... no, there's corrosion on the board, especially around the battery terminals. This thing was not starting up because it was likely shorting out or something. So I'm disassembling it to clean it up. No sense in trying to get it to do anything further until we remove all that corrosion. That's just simplistics here. I actually shouldn't even try to turn it on before I took it apart, but... Alright, and where the heck did I put those glasses I just picked? Oh, here they are. They're clear. They're hard to see. Alright. Don't do what I'm about to do. Don't do it. Just don't. Sean, I told you not to do it. Sorry. Sorry if the sound is horrible. We are dremeling things. We are making progress. Sorry for the noises. Is this on tight enough? Well, better be. The screw won't come out. I'm personalizing the chips. This one's for me. This one's for Sean. This one's for Mike. Why does it hurt to watch? If something goes wrong, I'm the one who's going to be in pain. Think about that. Oh, you guys are so far away. That's no fun. Here, let's get this closer. Let's be part of the experience together. So, excuse the camera. It's going to be upside down. My thumb's going to be in it for a little minute. We're going to get close and up personal. We're going to make funny voices. Here we go. Hi. How you doing? That's me. That's not who I want to show you, but there we no, really. I guess we could do that. Yeah, there we go. Should have did this 15 minutes ago. Anyway. No, Bruce, not yet. I apologize. At least all this shaking around on the board is really getting a lot of the corrosion off. It's really just like shaking every piece of corrosion off of this board. It's fantastic. Oh my goodness. Well, it's wiggling a little bit. That's good. It's very slowly becoming a little bit loose here. Ultrasonic dry cleaning. Yes, can I have this ultrasonically dry cleaned, please? Oh boy, yeah. So it's hard to see because the camera's not gonna. I need to see this more important than you guys do, but that's the problematic area here. Yeah, I would not do this if there was a different way to do this, guys. Trust me. Well, don't trust me, but believe me. Yeah, I mean, last resort, I would snap this plastic and then have to glue it back together. But, yeah, there's like this metal nut or something that was placed in here for the screw to screw into. So I'm just trying to break away the stem of the screw enough. And this light should really be in the other direction. Let me see if I can adjust this slightly to help with what you're seeing and everything. I don't think that's going to help, sorry. It'll all be over soon. It'll all be over soon. It's not going to hurt that bad. The problem is this tip is extremely tiny, and I'm sure I'm just like destroying it, but it's the only one I have that's small enough to fit there. So we're just gonna keep working on it. Probably going to be a bad idea, but... Alright, so what I'm curious about now, there we go. I'm just trying to make it, I don't know if we could still, come on. This thing is really, the screw is screwed, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Be here all night. Yeah, I think it might be prudent for me to just... Because there's just so much metal in there that I'm barely making a dent to this thing. Let me try one more time. I'm just like trying to go easy on this. I don't want to break the pin or anything like that, but jeez. Let me break the bit for the Dremel, but... The professionals. Sorry for the noise. I made some progress, because something broke off in there. I think I have an idea. I'm going to turn off my volume for a moment. I got it! I got it! My goodness, is that the pain in the butt? But I got it. Woo! Alright. My goodness, that pain in the butt. Well, I've removed it from the plastic. The screw's still in there, but I could actually get to it now. So let's do that. Here at Mac84, we don't give up. We just go endlessly, stubbornly, into trying to get something to work and such and such. Let's put the board to the side for a second. And let's look at this horrible battery, which... How the heck does this come out? Does it get pushed from one side to the next? Yeah. That's how it happens. That's how it comes out. Oof. Ugh. This PowerBook needed to learn how to battery. Nobody taught it. And see, this is what happens, folks. When you don't learn how to battery, bad things happen. I should be wearing gloves for this. I should probably be wearing a mask with all the metal dust I'm inhaling right now, but... Well, iron is good for you, right? Oh, it's a Varda! That's why! Thank you, Varda, for all of this loveliness. Jeez, I'm crackers. Ugh. Well, that did that. No, that Quadra, I'm not giving up on that either. So, here's the post. And so I was drilling into the post with the idea that I would be able to get into the other side. Let me see if I could clip this off. It's the metal thing. Come on. See if I could turn it at all. Yeah, well, I could turn it. Now it's thin enough I can just snap it off. It's just a little brass holder thing. And this is just like very much a part of this board. Don't know if I'm going to be able to get that screw out, but do I really need it out at this point? No. I don't. I really don't. So, we're going to work around it, because it's cleaning time! Let's get the desk in a clearish state so we could get everything done. You're gonna look at me for a while. I'm sorry. You don't want to look at me. You didn't come here to look at me. You came here to look at the Macintosh. This is what happens when you only have one camera on a tripod and you're not professional. There we go. Kind of, maybe. Wrong way. Alright. So, I'm going to clear this stuff off the desk here so I could actually take a better look at this PowerBook. Because I still don't think it's in that rough shape compared to some other things I've seen. So, are we not looking at the Macintosh? I guess. Alright. I need a little box or something to put this stuff in. Perfect. Little box. I'm going to move this stuff to the right here. We're just going to switch our spaces here. I am not looking forward to putting this PowerBook back together. I can tell you that. Sorry for all those dremeling noises before. I should have muted the stream much earlier, but I don't think of these things. You'd think I was a professional of some kind? That I would have, you know, experience doing this stuff? Nah. It's an illusion. It's a very, very subtle illusion. That's a shame about this trackpad. But maybe we could salvage a ribbon from elsewhere. Alright. It's time to bring the logic board closer. And plug in the microscope light. So we could take a look at this board. And let's hope that the microscope wants to cooperate today. Oh my gosh, it does. How about that? And then we're going to just go there. And let me just set this up. Okay, just adjust that. Alrighty, so this is the logic board that we were trying so hard to remove. And here is that screw post. You could just see all the dremeling I did just to get it out of that plastic. So that was fun. Right, so you can see all the little scratches. You can see how fine that Dremel bit is. Very tiny. So I could see some corrosion on this chip. I also might have hit the Dremel with it just slightly. Just slightly. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It might be fine. Get my scalpel, which is over here. Bad corrosion. You don't touch those things. What have I told you? No, the batteries that are stock in those machines do not recharge. They are alkaline batteries. To my knowledge, they do not recharge. Let's take a look around the board here. I mean, there's a lot of metal dust and crap we're going to have to clean off because that's not good. Got a little bodge there. I mean, this is like where all the corrosion is on these pads here. The post looks like a ground. Yeah, probably. And this is uneven, so the microscope is not going to focus fully. But this is the worst of it, where we have the this is the top of that screw. And you can see here's all the corrosion here. But this is the worst of it, really, from what I've seen so far. We have a little bit on this chip. We have a little bit of green fuzz on the legs there. We have a little bit in these vias here, which may be the death of us here. Who knows? We have one right between this little chip here. Yeah, we're gonna have to clean little bits and pieces off of this thing. Where's the rest of my little cotton swabs? What did I do with them? I was up late. There we go. There they are. We are having fun. I would say I'm having fun. With the other 48, 49, 50, 51 of you say you are having fun? Please say yes. This is a PowerBook 2400C. The 180 megahertz model, so it's nothing too fancy. Be really, well, I don't know if it would be good or bad if this was one of the really souped up upgraded ones, because if it was broken, well, that wouldn't be fun. Yes, if you would like to smash the like button, please, and if you want to be subscribed to the channel, please consider doing that too. I recognize a lot of names, and some of you folks are not subscribed, and I understand. You might not be logged in, you might be watching on a device that's not logged in or whatever, but if you do subscribe to the channel, I would greatly appreciate it. We're almost at 7,000 subscribers, and I know numbers really don't mean a whole lot to me, but it's a nice understanding that X amount of people subscribe and are in tune to my content and such. So if you feel like it, please consider doing so. I tapped it gingerly. Oof. Oof. That's a bit deep, I would say. Yeah. And we're just destroying that poor little via. How would you even clean that out? How would you clean that out? That is just duh. Now the Dremel is even too large to fit in there. I'll show you just for those of you who are curious. It's not plugged in anymore, but this is the size of the Dremel tip. So you can see, although it's very tiny, and we're very out of focus. Hold on. You can see, although this Dremel tip is extremely tiny, it would fit in there. This is my finger next to that Dremel tip, so you can just see how tiny that Dremel tip is. No, we're not gonna use a Dremel. We're not that crazy. This is probably going to have ultrasonic cleaning. I mean, not that it's bad, but I mean not because it's that bad, but because of where those spots of corrosion are. And now we have a little bunch of metal shavings all over the board because of our Dremel fun. So that could be the case. But as you can see, this board looks pretty clean. I mean, overall, outside of the areas with the corrosion, which is like right around there, and we have a little bit here. Yeah, there's a little corrosion party going on here. And some of that's just going under that chip where I will not be able to get it until it's cleaned ultrasonically. You can see all those little metal bits and stuff there. Yeah, that all has to be cleaned out. Isopropyl alcohol, of course. That is what is on the Q-tip. I mean, we'll do a good job of cleaning up some of these little particles, but there's still going to be tons of them all over the board. They're going to make themselves under chips and all that stuff, and probably cause more problems. But I'm going to get the big bits that I could see. We got some manual repair or factory repair here going on. Sorry that we're out of focus a little bit. That's supposed to be like that. Maybe, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's just how it is. You can see all little metal bits all over here, and it's not going to get all of them. Oof. Very, very tiny. So maybe I should just warm up the ultrasonic cleaner and put this in, because I think this is going to need it. And this board is at an angle, so I apologize if things are going in and out of focus. This is not flat, so it's very hard to keep this there. That's the worst of it right there. That was probably, this is, if I had to guess, guys, because the rest of it wasn't that bad, the battery and the corrosion right here where it's bridging a bunch of connectors, this is probably what was causing this machine not to turn on, if I had to guess. Some corrosion over here as well. So I'm just trying to get the biggest bits that I see off with the microscope here, and then we're going to pop this in the ultrasonic cleaner. Maybe 10 minutes or so. It's not overly dirty, I just want to make sure it gets all that junk off. Is this a flux? Yeah, it's old flux hanging out here. That's all. Let's look on the other side again. And then we have to look at the processor card. been going for an hour and 45 minutes here. It's turned into an impromptu repair, but we are... Oof. Sure, just fly off there. I think the ultrasonic cleaner will get some of this too, but I'm just trying to get the big chunks that I see out of here. Alright, so I think we're almost done with this side. I assume this is just joining a bunch of grounds, so that could be problematic, I assume, if things are not making it to ground. Thankfully, I suppose, if that were a problem for something, there's plenty of ground on the board to go around. Plenty of ground to go around. You know, we're sort of gouging it at this point, but... So, any of you fine people in the chat actually have one of these PowerBooks? This is the second one I've had, and the first one I just got a little while ago, and this was intended to fix that one up, so just curious. Yeah, hopefully some of that comes off in the ultrasonic cleaner, because I'm not having much luck with it here. See you, Thomas. Thank you very much for stopping by. Alright, and let's look at that processor card. It's a PowerBook 2400C. Nope, we have a broken trace, or what may be a broken trace here. Looks like it's still making a connection there. Corrosion is fun. Alright, let's look at the rest of this board. Bit of corrosion on there. Yeah, there's more corrosion than there looks, because there's a lot of these little ground pieces, and I think everything is just that's trying to get to them has some corrosion on it. The more I look at this, the less hopeful I am that it'll work out okay. But before the stream is over, I'm going to look at the other logic board. I don't know if that one's as bad. I haven't looked at it yet. But we might be able to build one machine out of two. How about that? Oof. That's nasty. That's absolutely nasty. Well, the screen survived, which is good, because I needed the screen. The plastic case survived, but there was corrosion inside of the machine, and I didn't want to turn on. So we're just manually cleaning up some spots. We're going to, at some point, put this in the ultrasonic cleaner. But that's all I could see from those pieces. Let's look at the little power board here. This was by the battery. Don't even see much on here. The most I saw was by the VGA connector. Is this capacitor fluid? Are these caps leaking? These little short squat guys? Are you guys leaking? What are you doing? Definitely looks like they are. That could also be a problem if there's little solder balls here. Yeah, so this could, yeah, the amount of little hairs and stuff by here. What are these? 336.3 volts. Okay. 33 microfarad 25 volt. 10 microfarad 30 volt. These little squat ones are interesting. These little tiny, these are very short. Very short. Yeah, so this may need a lot more work than previously anticipated. Let's see, can we take off this shielding? I'm curious what is under here. Everything looks okay, kind of. I mean, I see these through holes will be pretty easy to take off, and I think I could see some evidence of them leaking. Let me see if I could take these little screws out. Only 30 people viewing. I must be boring you all. I will not force you to stay longer. Maybe we'll wrap this up in a few minutes then, if we're dropping like flies. Take care, Joe. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Oh, now we're back up to 50. Okay, then YouTube is lying to me then. That's what things are. YouTube is lying. The lies! 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 And then we just scared off another 30 people. And then we have these little fun bits there. Yeah, this could be a bit of a pain to get off, isn't it? Yeah, there's a little bit of corrosion, right? You probably can't see because it's not going to focus. All right, they're right there. Right on the VGA connector, right there. It's a wee bit of corrosion there. Just a wee bit. Yeah, I'm going to have to measure the sizes of these caps and try and get some, because some of them don't look too hot. I'm sure some of them are okay. Maybe. But some of them look pretty nasty. I've lost all of my pairs of pliers. There's my hand. Eep. Now, see, it sounds horrible. You can't mix the two. It's like mixing two pleasures. It's it often doesn't work out. So we're taking these little screw posts out of this VGA connector here, just so I could remove this shielding, so we could take a look at if those caps are leaking and how bad they're leaking. Let's move those over here. This want to come off now? Maybe? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I can't tell if this is old flux. Yeah, I mean this looks like flux. That looks like flux. But I don't know, it's hard to tell. I mean, you got little jumper wires here. There's no corrosion under here, so that's good. Ton of little capacitors and such. Got a little LED or fuse. Yeah, I mean, it could be that these caps are fine. I mean, who knows? Should I try and power it on? Or should I give it a nice bath first before we try that again? I mean, we already tried powering it on and it didn't do anything. Kind of just curious. I know we do have all those little metal bits. Let me use this little fan guy here. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a bath first. But what we will do is I'm going to take a look at the other PowerBook that was a parts PowerBook. Well, I was hoping it would be more, but it is a parts PowerBook now. Let's see if anything can be discovered with that logic board. So let me just put these little screws back in so I don't lose any of this stuff. There's not much to see working. You put a top on it, it does stuff, it makes noise. There's really not much visually to see working. At least not on mine. Alright, so here's the other PowerBook. Let's get let's see if we can aim this towards here. There we go. So this is the one with the damaged screen. Just curious if I'm going to see a wall of corrosion once I get this this thing. Oh wait, we have to. No, those are. I think those are the last ones. I do like the Japanese keyboard. It's very. Just something about it. You know, it's different. So it's like that's neat. Oh yeah, oh my goodness. If I thought that, oh my goodness! This one's in worse shape. This one is absolutely in horrendous shape. I don't know if this one's salvageable. My goodness, look at that. Look at this! Mr. Welcome to Video City. Paging Mr. Welcome to Video City. There's a slight problem with your PowerBook here. My goodness. I mean, this is I actually paid more for this one than the Japan one, but let's hope that postal claim goes through to knock some of that off. But this is pretty gnarly. Yeah, it seems like everything is going through these ground posts again. Yeah, this is, and you can see where the speaker is. This is just probably going to be the last one of these PowerBooks I buy, because cheese and crackers. I mean, there's no screws on this board, so we could probably just find our way to it. This is a whole. This is its own maze of wires and fun. Yes, there's 20-year-old corrosion on this PowerBook because of the way it was shipped. Hello? 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 I think they hung up on me. I'm just undoing all of these wires that are keeping this. Oh, that speaker. Look at that. Let's see if I can get that on the microscope here. Oof. Just a wee bit corroded. Just a wee bit. Well, I guess the pro tip to everybody, and there's a hard drive in here. I guess the pro tip to everybody is look inside of things before you purchase them, before you try and turn them on, before you take a bath with them. There's one screw which is doing the same thing the other one was. Yeah, this is not a happy PowerBook. This is not a happy PowerBook. Yes, take the PRAM battery out and take the main battery out, because if you look at where the main battery is on this one, that's where the main battery connected. And we have all this lovely blue powder. Delicious. Delicious. Mixed with flour, eggs, water, and milk, and you have some cupcakes. Oof. I'm just curious. Yeah, I guess I'll take the screen off of this. Why the heck not? Thing got destroyed during shipping anyway. And we'll figure out what the mystery PC card is in the card slot. How about that? Honestly, if it was just the plastic and the, busted and the screen was okay. I mean, considering how specific these LCD screens are, that wouldn't be too terrible, but... There's another screw there. A lot of broken plastic. I know this is not the best view right now. I'm just trying to get this up here so I could remove the board. There we go. No, we will not be licking things to injure ourselves just for a $2 super chat, which YouTube will promptly take 40% out of. Yeah. Yeah, that screw is not going to help this thing come out, is it? Is it? I mean, we got a hard drive. We got a 1.3 gigabyte hard drive. I got excited there for a moment. You get excited. I'm just trying to see the processor card on here. I doubt it's anything special. But just trying to separate this from the board that's below it. Am I forgetting a screw? Probably. Why don't you look at the other thing that you took apart, you dork? Yeah, there's an interconnect board right there. So, yes, in the end, there's some entertainment for you fine folks out there. I guess. It'd be more entertaining if the darn thing worked, but it's. You can't have them all, I suppose. You can't win them all. Yeah, this does not want to come up. What the heck, man? It's almost like, well, there's not a screw in the bottom. I think it's just these metal clips are probably not helping. Alright, so it's not there. There must be a screw or something that's holding this in that I'm just not seeing. And it's probably this stupid screw that's welded in there. Sorry, I understand the microscope is not the best view for this. Let me change. So I'm trying to lift this board up. Up and away, board! And it is not having it. Not one bit. At least both of them have the little door. So that's neat. That screw is stripped. That's not going to work. Let's try something different. And I do realize now I'm not going to be able to put this together anytime soon. So all this stuff is just going to sit on my desk or in a box somewhere. No, we are not dremeling out that screw. It's enough of that for one stream. Yeah, I'm just very curious, the processor card on here and everything, but this is not coming off. The two screws that need to move are stuck. There's the processor. It is a 180. And this hard drive has a very good deal of corrosion on it. Just trying to eject it from its holder. Oh, this just smells like corrosion. You could smell it. You could taste it. The pins on this IDE thing are just... ugh. Oh yeah, I could taste this. This is nasty. So I'm gonna stop. No, thank you. This is certainly a parts model. I mean, I don't feel as bad that the screen was destroyed, knowing the horrible condition of the logic board here. That, quite frankly, is probably beyond repair. Just due to the total amount of corrosion. I'll put in the ultrasonic cleaner, I'll give it a go, and see what happens and all that jazz, but... not holding my breath. See you, Keith. All right. Let's try and get this this module out of here. Even this module is rusted, whatever it is. I really could use those pliers about now. Sorry guys if this is boring, just trying to... I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. There's a Global Village modem card in here. Yeah, it's fun. It's festive. Oh no, not the Global Village card. Don't damage it. PowerPort Platinum Pro Global Village. 28K fax modem and 10 base T Ethernet adapter. Okay. That makes it worth it then. This has a little dongle that you'd have to find. But it's Ethernet. So how about that? Put that over there. Alright. I think I have too much corrosion on my fingers to want to go forward with this anymore. That card is my ticket to the world of the internet! I am not looking forward to putting this PowerBook back together. I'm going to have to ultrasonically clean it and all this stuff, but... I mean, I just doozy of a project. I was working on a RaSCSI adapter, which didn't want to work. Well, now it does, but what I want to do with it isn't working. And I'm right next to the light here. Hey! Yeah. Popsicle, anybody? Delicious. Yeah. Yep. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. Been streaming for over 2 hours. Might have to call it quits here. There was a little much else I could do with these PowerBooks at the current time. At least this trackpad ribbon on the other one is saved. It works. It looks like, at least. So if we could get that board working, if that screen works, we'll take the trackpad from here. We have most of an English keyboard. There's the F12 key is missing. But I think on the... Let's look at the Japanese model real quick. The F keys are the same. Although I'd probably swap the Japanese keyboard. I think the layout is identical. Let's see. Oh, I'll do it, Bruce, just to document it. Yeah, the keyboard layout is identical. Except it is not. There's an extra key between the shift and the question mark, and there's an extra key. Stupid bugs. There's an extra. The spacebar key is slightly smaller to accommodate 2 letters on the left and the right. So, yeah, slightly different layout, but pretty cool. Pretty cool. So here, let me show the camera, other than me just staring at it and mumbling to myself. That's cool. I'm going to talk about the thing that you can't see. So you'll notice next to the spacebar, there's a difference, and right above the, right next to the right shift key, there's a difference. So the Japanese keyboard's on the bottom, and the other one is at the top. I tried. An attempt was made. I really don't want to clean all this up. That's what's annoying here. Yeah, that's interesting. That's the manual ground. It's the manual ground. I am very, very curious if this board works. I kind of want to just plug it in. I kind of just want to plug it in. I mean, what harm could it do? What harm could it do? What harm? Probably a lot. Probably a lot. Mommy, why is that man reassembling the PowerBook? Don't pay attention to him, dear. There's something wrong with that man. Ribbon cables, I guess theoretically you could fix them. I do not think... There's more of an art to that than a science. I will just say that. There is a... I suppose a way it can be done. I sure as heck wouldn't want to have to try. Not that I'm against trying, but... What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do to that poor PowerBook? Where'd the other thing go? Here, this thing. Well, that's the power button. And where'd that little baby speaker go? That's the corroded speaker. Is it still on the thing? No, I removed it. Where did I put the darn speaker? Because we have to see if it'll chime. There it is. No, that's the... Yeah, I can find the battery, but not the speaker. Here it is. Oh no, battery is not going in. Nice try! Now I've witnessed that some things are not where they should be, etc., etc., etc. But at this point, I'm very, very much curious. If anyone has a reason why Steven should not test this board, please speak now, or forever hold your peace. So we have that. Have that. Make sure this is not touching anything it shouldn't. I mean, there. Okay. I mean, let's do it. Come on. Don't. Where'd the power adapter go? Come on. What the heck? If you were considering leaving, just wait till after this. Where'd I put that darn power adapter? Here it is. Okay. When I come down to the shop, the basement, whatever you want to call it, I bring the yucky shorts. And these are them from the keyboard that decided to go. Well, I guess we're going to find out real quick, ain't we, Jay? Here we go. Nope. Yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff that's grounded. That is not really grounded. So, worth a shot. Apple IIc, yes, those laptop power adapters actually work fine. I have one. Works great. For the Apple IIc. Oh boy. Well, I tried. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is one of those that will, boot without a battery, but there's enough things that are supposed to probably connect to ground to make this unhappy. And yeah, there's still some corrosion on here, I'm sure, but we tried. We tried. Oh, boy. I was hoping we'd get some life out of it. Even some sad Mac chimes. I mean, come on. That'd be cool. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oof, that ribbon cable isn't looking too hot either. But we got the little mustache clickety-click. So, I got that going for me, I guess. And this is just going to sit on my desk for ever. Because I have little desire now to put this whole thing back together. What is this? Oh, this is the infrared board? Yeah. Let's leave that there. Battery's not included as an excellent film. I love it. So, yeah, I guess that's about it. I don't know what else to do. Anybody have any questions? I mean, we'll be going for 2.5 hours. Getting a little crazy now. I was hoping to get a video out this weekend about the RaSCSI adapter and its Ethernet functionality. But that's been fun. Has not been working either. So I really want Bruce to finish that Macintosh Classic. Oh, well, thank you very much, Justin Morgan. Keep it up. That's disturbing. Me, not the super sticker. Thank you very much, sir. Eep! Sing? Oh, no, no, no. You guys don't want that. Oh, gosh. I don't know. There's plenty to do with this LC3 here, but I can't get Open Transport to cooperate on there. Whenever I try and install it, it says insert disk 1, even when disk 1 is inserted. So, don't know what to do. Don't know what to do about that. But I recapped that machine and it works, so that's good. But yeah, that's about it. The RaSCSI is cheap, but you do have to buy a Raspberry Pi and the power adapter and all that stuff. So the Blue SCSI is the cheapest. I haven't tried the Mac SD. I don't know how much that is. Don't know the details about it. But the Blue SCSI is the absolute cheapest, especially if you assemble it yourself, to get into like the SCSI emulator type thing for your vintage Macs. Absolute cheapest. you missed a PowerBook turning into this and it not working. That's what you missed. That's what you missed. Our laptop board and PowerPC board harder to work on than LCs and SC. I think they're all the same. I mean, laptops get a little more difficult when they're tinier. And there we go. I mean, that's just I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the Blue SCSI is good. The SCSI, look, I have all of them except the Mac SCSI. I have the Blue SCSI, I have the SCSI 2SD, I have the RaSCSI, and I have the floppy EMU. Now, the RaSCSI has some potential to do some really cool stuff, but you have to be pretty understanding of a Raspberry Pi and how to install things. It's very much... Some aspects are in beta, you know, so things aren't going to work correctly. Tried that, Thomas, but I'm doing it via a download, not a disk image. But my fingers are just the corrosion stuff all over it. We're gonna have to clean that up. I have to wash in the sink. So the RaSCSI has a few things. You have the ability to copy files to it over the network, like disk images. So the RaSCSI is basically a SCSI 2SD adapter bolted onto a Raspberry Pi. So you could send disk images to it, you could control it remotely, and so on and so forth, because it's a full computer that's running. There are some caveats to that. They're still working on some fixes for things, etc. But, you know, it's pretty neat. One of the big things with that is the ability to emulate a DaynaPort, DAYNA port, and that was a SCSI to Ethernet adapter. So that is in the preliminary stages, and I'm trying to get that to work, but one of the requirements is to install Open Transport, and I just can't get that to install. The only copy I have is from the Macintosh Garden. It is has installed on plenty of my machines. Won't install on my LC3. Won't install on my 2SI. Don't really know what else to do with it. I could show you it not installing, but there'd be probably a big risk of me throwing things. No, 1.3 did not come out with 753. Like 1.1 or 1.2 came out with it or something like that. So, yeah. I've tried installing it manually, but there are just some aspects of it that like have to be... I think like it overwrites part of files. Like it doesn't just overwrite whole files, because there's a lot of interesting things there. And I believe the installer is for PowerPC and for 68K, so if you drag the wrong things over, it's just not going to install. And then there are some preferences, I'm sure, that it sets or configurations or all this stuff. But yeah, don't know what I'm going to do about that, because that's frustrating. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else to do at this point, but I do have an actual SCSI to Ethernet adapter made by Asante, or however you pronounce them, and it works pretty well. Yeah. Can you use MacDO's version of System 7? I have no idea what you're talking about, RetroPass. MacDO's? Never heard of that one. The joy of incremental updates. Yes, and a lot of the Apple archive disks I have don't have Open Transport 1.3 on them. I've looked. So, yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up here, unless you guys can think of something else for me to tackle. But we've been going for 2.5 hours here. Yeah. Bruce, you want to do something? You want to go solder for us? That'll be fun. Oh, watch that. Bruce is like, oh God, what is he promising the audience I'll do now? That Dremel was fun, wasn't it? Safety first. As the chat goes dead. Oh, it was set at top chat this entire time? Well, that's lame. Live chat. There we go. Why don't you send your disk image to me and I'll try to install Open Transport on it. That sounds like a swell idea. Sounds like a swell idea. No, I'm not lifting up that Muller Mac. Alright, you know what we're going to do? Since everything's plugged in, I guess I could show you a bit of the RaSCSI thing. This way, if I don't make that video, it won't all be in vain. How about that? We'll do that for a little bit, then we'll get the hex out of here. Mike is probably asleep, and I don't blame him. Alright, so bear with me. This is going to be interesting. Where is it? There it is. Hi. Alright. So, how many Mac collections do you totally have? Like how many computers I have? Somewhere over 150. And no, I don't know the exact number. Let's see. There we go. So this is the Raspberry Pi doing its Pi business. We're going to run out of space for all these keyboards very quickly. So this is booting up. Now I do have the full version of Raspbian here. It's not the light version that may increase performance or whatever, but I just installed what I installed. It's a Raspberry Pi Model 2, so it's a little bit zippier than the Zero in some aspects, I think. Of course, I have very appropriate System 7 wallpaper. Which, what the heck? Where'd it go? That was weird. It just like stopped working. That's very strange. The device just went bye-bye. The device just dropped off of my USB bus. What the heck? Come on. Well, there it goes. Alright, I don't know what the heck that was all about. I don't have a, well, I have a mouse plugged in, but I'm too lazy to get it. But, of course. There, I got the darn mouse. Now this is at a very weird resolution, so it's all the capture card's fault. You can see all the fun stuff I was up to. Alright, so this tells us what's going on here. We have two things connected to the SCSI port. ID 1 is this 600 megabyte hard disk image, and ID 2 is this DaynaPort SCSI link dealy. So what we're going to do is show you what happens. Why not? So I'm going to switch over. I'm probably going to lose a signal for a second. Switch over to VGA. I'm going to turn on our Macintosh LC. Yep, there it goes. It cut out again. Oh, what the heck is going on here? That's annoying. It's like whenever it switches a resolution, it freaks out and just drops off of the USB bus. Shouldn't do that, but... Ding! It would help if the video cable was plugged into the back of the Macintosh. That is usually a helpful thing. And if video is not plugged in when the machine turns on, it often does not want to work. There we go. Oh, boy. Yeah, it probably would make sense if I showed you what's going on, but there's... And this camera's probably gonna cut out because I didn't fix it yet. But essentially what's happening is there's this big thing that's plugged into the SCSI. This is a Raspberry Pi with a little hat on it that has some SCSI circuitry here. Then we have USB cables. We have an Ethernet cable. We have an HDMI cable. We have a video cable, power cable. All you really need is the power and maybe the Ethernet if you want to do some of the optional thing. And that's sort of how that works. Let's blow this up. Put the camera back there. All right, so this was my attempt to install Open Transport in an aptly named folder. Open Transport is evil, and you'll see there's a bunch of 68K libraries and all this stuff and whatever. So when I go to install this, I do have my own LC3. Yes, I have a few of them. I have like one or two. And even if I go to custom install, let's say I wanted to be very picky and I'm like, you know what, let's just do it for 68K max. Click install. It's going to prepare to install. It's going to act all like, yeah, we're going to install this. It's a 7.6, macOS 7.6.1. And it's going to act like it's going to install. It's going to prepare for the installation. And now it's going to tell me to insert disk 1, which makes no sense because we're on a net install, essentially, where it doesn't have to look for disks. And I've actually went through the painstaking... Ooh, it got a little further there. It got a little bit further. Did you see that? Did you see that? It got a little bit further. But yeah, it says install disk 1. Installation is canceled, leaving your disk untouched. So what we could do here is I'll walk you through my insanity. Now knowing that we only need 2 disks, this is what's going to happen. After we wait for this system. Here we go. And just to show you the Mac here, we got an LC3. Well, it doesn't say the LC3, it just says Macintosh. Total memory, 20 megabytes. So here's all the install disks. Even if I launch that installer from the folder, it complains. So I'm going to do something a little silly. Well, try to, at least. I don't know if I even have the software on here. Do I? Yeah, oh good. I was about to say the wrong version of disk copy. So what I'm going to do is make disks. Create image from folder. And go to the hard drive. Gonna go to Open Transport, select disk 1, and we're gonna make a disk out of it. We're gonna make it read only, and we're gonna put it on our desktop, and we're gonna name it OT install 1 and hit save. Image those floppies. Heck yeah. Now, I've installed it on systems with 7.6, but I think it's a hardware thing. I think it's something to do with the hardware of certain machines. I have no way to back this up, but that's just my guess. Because I've used this software on other machines and it doesn't complain, it works fine. So who knows, it maybe needs FPU or some weirdness. Who freaking knows? I don't. Read only, desktop, OT, save. Let's bring back bad memories. Well, that's the thing. It says it's looking for, you know, install 1 or install 2, etc. But it works fine on other systems. I have done it many times before. So we're going to close this out. And I'm going to open up disk image 1 and open up the installer. And so we essentially have 2 virtual floppy disks here. Now I actually have tried this with actual floppy disks. And no, it did not resolve the issue because it's going to do the exact same thing that's going to happen now. We're going to go to custom install. We're going to say we just want the 68K max. We're going to click install. If anybody has a solution for this, I'd love to hear about it. I really would. It would drive me crazy. This is not the... Yeah, this is the other error you get. This is not the correct install disk. Make sure you're using the original installer disks and try again. Like, it is so cunning and smart to try and, like, stop you from installing software. I don't understand this. I really don't. Like, what? Who cares if it's an original disk? Does it have the files on it? Yes. Then go ahead. Install the darn thing. I don't know why it cares so much. I don't know if it's expecting the disks to be locked. I mean, they're read-only, so you can't write to them. I just have no clue. I really don't. And then if we know that you could only install what's in the first 2 disks for the 68K Mac, then, you know, we have these files. But you'll notice that these are like CDEV. And then we have resources and like all this, like I don't know where all these go. Like I could guess where some of these go, like the extensions folder or whatever. These are extensions, sure, I know that. That's where those go. But like, actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Should we hold on a second? We should hold on a second. Let's take a look here. We have our lovely Quadra 800 standing by on our local talk network here. And we're going to open up 7.6, which is the same operating system this is. And what we're going to do, we're going to explore that system folder. So this is our Quadra. So that's also a 68K Mac. And let's look at the extensions and see. I'm just curious here. Now I looked for the disk images. I don't know where they are. Mac-Garden only has these, and they seem to work on some machines and not the other. So we do have these OpenTalk 68K library. Well, they're kind of labeled differently. So we have Open Transport Apple Talk library. An Open Transport Internet Library. Open Transport Guide Editions. Where did I see Guide Editions? It's not there. Open Transport Library. Yeah, so there's like... I mean, I guess I can manually copy this stuff, but I don't think it's gonna do it. I mean, we could try. Why the heck not? I mean, network extension. I don't know. That's network resources. I don't know where all these things go. So we have Apple Talk. No, Apple Talk. Apple Share. Is Apple Share here? No, we have Apple Talk. Let's see, like, unless that goes into the system suitcase, which I don't think it's going to let me open if I'm on a shared thing here. No, it's not looking for a network controller. It doesn't really care. Otherwise, it would be like, hey, what are you doing? Let's see. So we have some languages here. We have some sounds. Yeah, that's all we have in there. The Finder I don't think opens. Although one of the icons looks like it's... Unless it's like patching the Finder, which I could totally see it doing. We just don't know. Yes, a version of Open Transport was, but not 1.3. 1.3 gets you compatibility if you install that and some other Apple Share client stuff. Lets you actually talk to macOS 9 and macOS 10 machines. It's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, I don't... so this is probably going to freeze up because it's over a slow network. There we go. Yeah. I do not believe I have anything further than that. Yeah, I have TCP/IP. See. Yeah, see, there should be something else here. See, we do have Apple Talk because we're sharing our Quadra and we're connecting to that via Apple Talk, but I don't exactly have an understanding of why things are screwed up. I mean, yeah, see, we have an Apple Talk control panel. And here it's network. And then this is Apple Talk CDEV, which I believe is part of a control panel. The same with this. So I don't think these are like... Yeah, see these... I mean, maybe they are. Maybe this stuff just gets renamed. I have no clue, because this seems to open as a control panel. It wouldn't surprise me if it like renamed this stuff as it installed or whatever, but... Yeah, yeah. Yep. What's interesting is we don't get that Open Transport error if we're trying to install it from the folder. It doesn't tell us that the disks are not the original, which is very strange. Let's try and use this shortcut. I don't know. No, the screen survived. But the PowerBook is all corroded, so no life on the PowerBook. Yes, but I didn't install the DaynaPort things first because you're supposed to install Open Transport first. So that's where we're running into a problem. Yeah, Apple Talk, support for... At least the screen is nice on the one we got, but yeah, I'll check the preferences folder. But Maybe if we just wiggle our mouse around wildly. Work, please. It's a secret installer. You gotta smash the mouse button as you try and install it. Now it's making a liar out of me. This is not the correct install disk. Really? Oh, probably because I have those discs still mounted. Yeah, it's making a liar out of me. I do have an accelerator card for this, but it would only bring it up. It would only give it an FPU and bring it up to like. It's made for the LCs. It's made for the LC2. Yeah, but this is a brand new, fresh install of the system. I don't know why it would be acting this way. See, here's this Open Transport version. This is what came with the system 7.6. So whatever version this says is what came with the system. If it wants to open. Yeah, so version 1.0 comes with system 7.6. 1.0. So we're trying to put in 1.3. I mean, what's in here? I mean, I guess I could install it on another system and then copy the files over, and don't want to have to do that. All right, let's just see what's in the preferences. Windows shade, QuickTime. Yes, I mean there are preferences that get written in here, but so AS. All right, so hold on. We learned a little something here. Oh, so this is ASLM resources, and this is ASLM preferences. No, this is not the 2400. This is a Macintosh LC3. 2400 does want to work. Screen looks nice, but it's very corroded right now. Yeah, so I don't know honestly what to do with this thing anymore. We're gonna. I don't know. Maybe we give it more memory. I don't know. And I've installed Open Transport on that Quadra behind me, so I know that has it, but yeah, again, if anybody ever figures out another version of there or whatever, Open Transport 1.3, if you could find one, let me know. This is the one from Macintosh Garden. I'm going to hop on there on my other computer while this does that, just to see, make sure there's no other version that's hanging around there that was uploaded recently. Yeah, 1.3 Gold Master. That's the one I have here. Yeah. So someone else is having the same problem. Don't know exactly how I solve it. I think what tricked it into accepting my mounted images was I had to unstuff the archive on the TCI prior to unstuff from the Mac, and I copied it via. That was a no-no. Unstuffed it directly on the machine. Okay. Hold on. Somebody posted in March of 2021 that they solved this. Let's figure this out. 2 quick responses did not seem to be allowed. Went through all the motions Microscope it fails on install just like it did. By the way, I did my uncompressing and moving on the appetite the wrong way. How do I turn on? Oh, wait a second. That might be what's going on here. I might have been, well, I know I've been decompressing this on like another machine and then copying the files over, but it seems that you need to keep the sit file in whatever state it is and then copy it over. Let's just, why not? Last thing I'm going to try before we shut this stream down. Because if we get this to work, that'll be cool. That'd be cool. Alright, so I'm gonna go to my Macintosh Mini here. I'm gonna open up a web browser, gonna download Open Transport directly onto that server. I have 3 keyboards in front of me. This is going to get confusing very quickly. So, like, unstuff the file on the system. Don't unstuff it on, like, a server and drag the individual files over, which I might have done. Who knows? I'm pretty sure I've unstuffed it locally, too, like, on the machine itself. After I don't know. I mean, yeah, but everything's a Mac, so nothing should have got screwed up with the resource forks, but who knows? I'm willing to try it. Alright, so I'm going to download this again. So, Open Transfer 1.3 GM. That's what we got. Alright, we're going to put that in our transfers folder here. And how am I going to get that over to this computer, you may ask? Well, we're going to rely on our good old friend Quadra here. If I stand up and don't fall over on myself. I'm going to switch the Apple Talk network to here to grab the file from the Mac Mini. Then we're going to switch it back to Local Talk, and then we're going to grab it from the LC. So I'm switching the Apple Talk connection to Ethernet right now. It's going to take a second to read the network and all that stuff. Alright, now I'm connecting to the Mac Mini. I'm opening that transfers folder. I'm copying the Open Transport Stuff It file. It's still compressed. Copying it to the desktop. It is 2.3 megabytes. It is done. We're going to eject the Mac Mini from the Quadra. I'm going to go back to Apple Talk. We're going to set the port back to the printer port to share it locally to the LC. Alright, turn the monitor off. Come back over here. Oh, I wish it had FireWire on it. Alright, so now on the LC here, if this works, that would be fantastic. Which it might, because that's what these people are saying, and these posts were only in March, so you know how long I've been dealing with this? Alright, so let's go to Chooser. Let's go to Apple Share here, go to Quadra. System 8. It's on the System 8 desktop. Ooh, my hands taste and smell like, well, they don't taste, but they smell like corrosion. We're going to go to our desktop folder here. This better work. go. I'm going to put it in the Open Transport as Evil folder because that's a fitting place for it. Now this is copying over local talk. This is over a serial connection. It's going to be quite slow. Although it's only 2.5 megabytes, you're going to see just how slow it is. I remember copying an 8 megabyte QuickTime file. It was actually a video of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time trailer for the Nintendo 64. I remember downloading that over dial-up on a Power Mac. And then I was so happy because I had a PowerBook Duo, a color model. I think it was a 270C at the time. I was so happy to be able to play videos or whatever on that computer that I copied that 8 megabyte file from the Power Mac to the Duo over a serial connection. And it felt like it took 10 minutes. I'm sure it didn't, but... this video is 640 by 480, I believe. The scaler is pumping it out at 720p, so it might not be perfect. I'm not using phone net cables. I'm actually just using an Apple serial cable. But yes, you could use phone net cables. The reason I'm just using a serial cable is the Quadro is always plugged into that image writer printer. So I just simply unplugged the image writer printer cable and plugged it into the Macintosh LC. I started the network instead. Oh, I think it was 320 by 240 was the resolution of that QuickTime ad that I talked about, or even 160 by 80 or something. I don't know. Almost done. I don't know how fast the serial connection is. I'm sure somebody else knows. Bruce. Alright, there we go. Now, I actually think we have to install Stuff It on here. I don't think it's installed, but I have the installer. We do have a serial number we have to input. Don't tell anybody. This better be for 68K max. Nah. Oh. What? It says anything between. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Just let me... literally have to fight with this here. Back to my whole hard drive over serial cables. That's intense. Continue. Agree. Alright, so. Mac84. Alright, so DLXG 912293393. Oh, come on. Oh, I have to put the dash there. Yeah, like that. Alright, whatever. Do I really want all that crap? True Finder integration? I guess, whatever. Easy install, let's just do it. Come on. Oh, okay. I already have an application installed. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sometimes you really can't copy and paste it to the clipboard. Like sometimes these programs are smart enough and they will not let you paste it. I don't know if that's really the case with this. It's small enough and easy enough for me to just type it. But in this case, with the limited screen real estate, I couldn't see the number. So we're downloading and installing stuff it, I guess. And 50 of you fine folks are still watching, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm gonna see if we can get this darn thing installed. This poor machine is bogged down already with all the stuff we're shoving on it. Yeah, install the PDF. I don't even have Acrobat Reader on here, but sure, install the PDF. Whew. Oh, this might take a while. No, it has not. I have to clean your board and Sean's board. I'll do that at the same time. Probably sometime. I really, unfortunately, don't have too much time before the weekend. So this weekend, unfortunately, I have some family events. But probably early next week, I'll get that shipped back out to you. It sometimes takes me a while. But I have to do testing and everything and clean it off. But I'll let you know via email. Don't worry. No, this is a 68030, I believe. Yep, 68030 at 25 megahertz. Now I could boost this by moving a little resistor that overclocks the processor to bring it up to 33 megahertz. I have not done that on this machine yet, but I could do that and give a little bit of speed boost. Apache Thunder's LC3 board has a FPU in it. Mine does not. I have to get some of those chips because it would probably make a little bit of a difference here and there. But this is just crawling. My goodness. I should have installed like an older version of stuffing. Oh, come on. This was a mistake. Drag strip. One click opens documents, applications, websites, and more. Yeah, it sounds pretty much like the launcher. Oh, jeez. Oh, sorry. I'm going to go wash my hands while this installs because I have corroded bits all over it. Wait, is this the last thing? Translator? Alright, come on. Come on. Finish up here, I guess. Well, it's actually quite simple because you're just moving one little capacitor or resistor onto a different spot. If you do want me to perform that upgrade, I'd be happy to do it for you. It's really overclocking a processor by 7 megahertz. So it's not the biggest risk. I think people have been quite satisfied with doing so, but of course it's completely up to you. I don't ever get enough sleep. I don't know about you guys. I just never get enough sleep. Finally! Alright, let's restart this puppy. So, what we're going to have to do is unstuff that open transport folder and see if that works. I don't think there's thermal issues, honestly. I mean, you could easily put one of those little Raspberry Pi heat sinks on the processor, I think it would be fine. I mean, it's not like you're overclocking it to 40 or 50 megahertz. It's a slight speed bump, and I think Apple actually did overclock some of the chips, like the 16 megahertz or the 25 megahertz in the LC3 Plus. I think they actually overclocked them. I think Bruce found a board that was I think it was an LC500 series, and it was supposed to be a 25 megahertz, but it was a 16 megahertz overclocked to 25 or something like that. We were trying to figure out and identify the board for the longest time. We couldn't. Yeah, I would be up to making another thrifting video. They don't seem to do well analytics wise, but I do enjoy making them, and I go thrifting often enough. LC520, was that what it was, Bruce? Was that overclocked, or were we just confused of the model? And I'm glad you're here, Bruce, because you're about to witness whether this was all worth it or not. All right, so we got our stuffed. We got open transport here. All right, I'm gonna do like a pretend introduction, because if this actually works out, I'm gonna cut this video. I'm gonna use it as a separate video. Hello everyone, I'm Steve from Mac84, and in this little video, we're gonna show you how to install Open Transport 1.3 on a Macintosh where you may have had problems before. And then we'll cut there and we'll explain or whatever. So I'm going to take this file and we're going to open it with Stuffit Expander. Thank you, Bruce. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the recycler. Some of them, if they have issues selling stuff, or if they know they could get more money by a crazy person like one of us, or if they're just nice in general, they're usually open about it, because some of that stuff costs a lot to get rid of. Yeah, I don't think you would need a heatsink either, but if you really want to play it on the safe side, it's a minimal investment and it's not going to hurt anything. We're about to see if this makes any difference. I'm going to read that Macintosh Garden post one more time, see if I missed anything. Alright, so here we have that folder. And let's see what happens. Here we go. It's working! Really? Really? Bruce! It's working. Gladly restart. This is a Macintosh LC3. My goodness, that's a pain in the butt. Who would... I guess that problem solved. That's a tech tip or whatever the heck I'm going to do on my channel as a little, hey, here's how you do this. Because that's freaking weird. My goodness, I'm going to comment on Macintosh Garden now. You dragged copies. Yeah, I mean, who knows if it was hidden files or whatever. No, the laptop screen looks okay, but there's corrosion all over it and it's not powering on, so it's going to be a side project. But it's in nice shape, at least. So we are booting off of a RaSCSI adapter, which is nice. Now, I mean... Since I could friggin' do it, I'm gonna finish following these RaSCSI instructions because I'm so close to the end. I must have unstuffed the folder and then dragged the folder over previously, but here I unstuffed it right on this machine and then it worked fine. So we're gonna close that. I'm going to open this DaynaPort installer, and I hope I have the right version here. Extensions must be disabled before installation. Alright, this is a different... What version do they have in this picture? 1993. I think I'm using a newer version. It says these drivers have not been tested and it's crossed out. Well, thank you very, very much. Welcome to Video City. Unfortunately, I had to look at the PowerBook from you. I'll show you some pictures. There's a lot of green on. But thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! We're on a completely different tangent now. Why can't I install... Oh, it's trying to download an HQX file and it doesn't understand that because whoever uploaded it to this thing... Let me try this. Hold, please. Let's go to this website. We want DaynaPort 753. There we go. Something tells me we're going to have to do our little transfer dance shuffle again here because I don't want to screw this up. So let me click continue and quit this because I think this is too much. Oh, thank you very much. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Eep, thank you very much for the super chat. I can't read those characters, but I am very much appreciative. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to go back to that Quadro. Just give me a second. Alright, we did our little transfer dance here. Oh, sorry. I am not going to attempt any Google translating while I'm streaming. I can barely operate a computer. Okay, let's go to chooser. I wonder if we have to go to the Apple Talk control panel now. No, we don't. Image Writer GX Extreme. Watch, it's going to be the same DaynaPort installer that we already had. Now this was only like a 520 kilobit file, or kilobyte file. It's taking this long over the network. Oh my goodness. Alright, bring you to the trash. Bring you over here. Let's put all our evil things in one spot. Watch, this is going to be the same one. Hopefully not, but we'll see. Alright, so here's... Once it snaps out of whatever it's doing. Don't freeze, please. We've had enough of that this week. All right. Okay, this is different, so I'm glad we got this one then. Huh? What? 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 The selected disk is the installer disk. Yeah, I don't care. Hey, Kate. Oh my goodness. Why do we have another picky installer that cares how it's installed on a system? What the heck? Who cares if it's... These damn installers are too smart for their own damn good. Or insert a floppy disk. Alright, I can insert a damn floppy disk. If I'm going to insert a floppy disk, we're going to insert a floppy disk. The problem with booting with a floppy on this machine is system enablers. I need to have a very specific system enabler to boot the system here. Let's just see if it wanted like a floppy for memory. I don't know what it wants to do. If not, I'll boot off of the Blue SCSI or a CD-ROM. I don't care. Okay. Wait. Yeah. I told you, you son of a. So just to install this, you need 2 hard drive partitions that are bootable? Because you need to boot off one and install it to the other? I know, Dana, they spelled it wrong. That is the problem. Thank you very much for stopping by. I mean, like, this is ridiculous. I have some updates to make to their Wikipedia form. I mean, under System 8, maybe it's not a problem, but under System 7, no siree. Yeah, the installer's not going to fit on a floppy, I don't think. But we could see. We could try. Yeah, the switch disk button is grayed out. Unless you put a floppy in and then tries to install the floppy, and that's not going to do anybody any good. It's Dana. He's home from work, ready to chill out and do nothing. Yeah, I'm going to see if the installer will fit on a floppy. Probably won't, though. But doesn't hurt to take a try. And at least I can put that in some instructions or whatever if I figure that out. Yeah, so how big is... Wait, which one is... This is the... Oh, this is the new one. Let's rename this so I know what the heck it is. Oh, that's on the Blue SCSI, that's right. Yeah. How big is this? Oh, it's only 800K. Alright, so technically I could put that on a floppy. So let's just cover our bases here. I'm not going to boot off of a floppy. I'm not that insane. I'm going to put the DaynaPort information on a floppy disk to see if it will allow me to install it. Now this disk has stuff on it, but this is just a copy of something. I don't need this. So we're using a floppy emu, a floppy emulator, so we are not writing to an actual floppy disk, but it emulates it, and that's usually good enough for the system. I don't know, the floppy emu is like $120 for like the deluxe set that comes with the case, the SD card, the cable, everything. I think you can get it a little bit cheaper if you like have some parts and want to do it yourself. But I mean, I think the floppy emu is an excellent tool. Get that and a Blue SCSI, and you can basically do whatever you want to do, which is fantastic. Already on the couch. Good. That's where I wish I was right now. I should be. Ugh. No, we're not going to boot off of a floppy. I'm not that silly. What I will try and do is boot from the disk without the Blue SCSI connected, see if it'll install from a floppy, And if it doesn't do that, we'll boot from the Blue SCSI and install it that way. Because I'd like to share this information with the RaSCSI folks to be like, look, it won't let you do an install, at least in system 7.6. You have to put the install on a floppy disk and install it from there. Or install it from, I don't know, a network server? I don't know. The world is your oyster with disk emulation. This is taking quite a while. Yeah, maybe you could do it from a disk image. We could try that. Oh, come on. Like, it's moments like this where I look around at all the space that all these computers take up and I think, do I really want to keep all of them? Is it really worth all of this joy that I'm having? The world is your Napster. Trina, you're up late. You're usually like, Steve's boring, I'm going to bed. That's... Alright. So sluggish. All right. Let's just open up disk copy. Just curious. Just dragging the folder onto the window to make a disk of it. Put it on the desktop. I'm going to put it on our system 6 thing there. Save it. Dana wants one of my iBooks. Oh yeah, everything's an obsession. Alright, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to copy this to the Blue SCSI disk here. Now, what are we started up from? I think we're still started up from the 7.6 disk. Startup disk should tell us. Yes, we are started up from this. So theoretically, let's see. We have our virtual disk of this DaynaPort. Let's see if we open this, or DaynaPort, however you want to pronounce it. If we open this, let's see what happens. Let's see if it gives us that error. It does not. It likes it. Okay. Let's try from a floppy. So this is our floppy MU here. It should also not have a problem with it. It'll take forever opening it, but yeah, this is not the cleanest desktop. That's what happens when you've been messing with something for over 24 hours and it has not left your desk and you just want it done so you can make a video and publish it before the weekend. Oh, Trina. Mike tried to steal them when he was over, but you weren't even watching. Otherwise, you would have saw him shove it in his pocket. 150 miles? That's a long way. Alright. It's happy for that one as well. So, So that's the new one. So you can either have a virtual disk image or an actual floppy disk of it, and it'll be fine. But if you try and open it on the folder that exists on your startup volume, it will give you a lovely error. Okay. So we're going to quit that. We're going to say nuts to you. We're going to just open up our virtual installer here and install it that way. Because why not? Alright, we're going to do install. What? 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 Yeah, maybe I don't want the Apple Talk. Maybe because my Apple Talk is more up to date, buddy. But which of these... I'll do a custom install, but which of these SCSI things is it actually trying to emulate? That's the trick here. So which does it actually emulate? Which device type? A link, the SCSI link. This guy. SCSI link. All right, thank you. We're just going to install that then. That's what the instructions should say. But, because it tells you to download and install OpenTransport. Then it tells you to download and install the DaynaPort drivers. But if you do that in that order, it gives you the error that I just got. So, that's probably a no-no. Alright, let's reboot. I'm unplugging the other SCSI adapter because we don't need that right now. And hopefully wrap this up. Oh yeah, I totally understand it's still in beta. I'm just saying, even if it's in beta, the documentation, I will be updating it. It's a wiki, so I'm going to make changes to it just for the heck of it. I'll splice together a video, I'm sure, of whatever I'm making. Yeah, but even if it wanted to replace Apple Talk, I don't want it to because the Apple Talk I have installed is a newer version, and that would it would confuse the heck out of things because I just installed OpenTransport, which had a new version of Apple Talk. It would just overwrite that, and I don't think I would be happy. I blame Jay as well. It's probably all the Dremel noise that you missed before, Dana. We had to Dremel things. It was fun. Alright, so, and let me just say, I know this is in beta, but this is a really awesome project. The people on the Open Retro SCSI Discord channel have been very, very helpful. And so I'm very curious if something will now show up in TCP/IP. That's what I'm guessing. I know there are other diagnostic things and stuff like that, but alternate Ethernet. How about that? Okay. Eep away. And let's go to Apple Talk. See if that sees the alternate Ethernet. We had to get a screw out. So far, so good. Now, if we go to the chooser, we should see our Mac Mini. No, we don't. Oh, yay! There it is. Hey, it works. And we need one more piece of the puzzle here. And I will get that. I'm pretty sure that information is on my Quadra, so I can just grab it. Yes, thank you guys. Very, very excited, because now I can finish the video I'm working on. And I've been streaming it, so I can just cut out this bit, hopefully. So if I go to Chooser, I change the Quadra to be back on Ethernet networking, and lo and behold, there it is. What a lovely sight. Would help if I spelled my name correctly. Alright, so I forget where it is, but we'll find it. So there's this Apple Share client update that is part of the secret sauce here. So you need Open Transport 1.3, but there's also an Apple Share client update, which is somewhere on this machine. Yeah, here it is. I believe this is it. Is over Ethernet, so 6.3 megs. Sven. Hi, I'm Sven. Welcome to Mac86. Hey, this is working so far. I'm excited. I mean, this thing only has one PDS slot, so if I put an Apple IIe card in here or something like that, this frees it up to do cool things. I don't know. I think Nick secretly wishes he had a set-top box of his own. A set-top box that did nothing but sat there. It is pretty neat. I am Steve Jinx Mac84. Yeah, we could get a web browser onto it, Tom. I need to... I want to update this Apple Share client first. I think there's a copy of Netscape or Internet Explorer on that Quadra. It'll be slow to install, but why not? This is the RaSCSI, RaSCSI, and the DaynaPort Ethernet to, SCSI to Ethernet emulation is in beta, and that's what I've been spending the previous 48 to 72 hours trying to set up. As you've seen, it's been a bit of an effort in frustration, but it is in beta. There are still quirks being worked out, and it helps to have the right software and instructions to set it up. And I've been badgering all the folks from the from the lovely open RetroSCSI Discord. So thank you everybody for not being like, oh, it's that guy. It's not helping. So, there we go. Alright. Oh yeah, I do have... I should probably put a version of SCSI Probe on here. Copy that over. And just like that, this is almost a 4-hour stream. What more could you ask for? Thank you very much. No worries. Have a good night. Let's try this. I'm just seeing which one may have a web browser. Local Talk Bridge. I will be well asleep in 8 hours. Or in 4 hours. Open up storage again, and I'm also going to open up System 8. And System 7, why not? Let's just... This is probably asking for trouble. Hey, hey, hey! Because Netscape, man. Netscape. Yeah, I'd probably better go to bed too. I have to be up, well, in less than 9 hours. We got the DaynaPort installed. See you later, Justin. Good night. And thank you very much again for the little microscope thing. I have to get the right screws for it, but thank you. This is a Macintosh LC3. So we are really pushing this little poor 25 megahertz baby to the edge here. And you have quite a few cats to dodge, Starbuck. Come on. Copy faster. People have work in the morning. Come on. Come on, you can do a little faster than that. Come on. Come on. Come on, time is money. Come on. Go faster! Oh my goodness, that took too long. Eject all those guys. Let's hope this is the right one. You know what? I don't agree with this license. Let's just stop the stream here. Finally, an installer that doesn't care. It just installs. What a concept. Heck yeah, I'll restart. The more cats, the merrier. It's the cursed iMac guy. After all we've been doing to this LC3, this processor is hardly even warm. So the ultimate test is going to be trying to connect to that Mac Mini G4 and seeing if we can mount the volume correctly. Then we're going to install Netscape, test out a website, and that's going to be it. Your sound sticks. You gotta do it, Dana. Why don't you do it now after my stream? Eh? 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 The Mac Mini is running Tiger, so that's macOS 10.4. The Quadro connects to it fine. My Macintosh clone connects to it fine. I like it because we do have a server IP address button now. We didn't have that before. There we go, baby. Would you look at that? We are now connected from a Macintosh LC3 to a G4 Mac Mini running macOS 10 Tiger. And we can access our transfers folder, which has all sorts of goodies here. We have Icon Machine. I want to play around with that later. So I'm going to drag that over. Oh, this is cool. Let's see if this icon actually translates. Yeah, there we go. We have our little Mac84 icon. And I think I made a rainbow hard drive folder. There we go. Ah, this is sweet. I'll put that in there for now. Alright, so let's install Netscape, I suppose. Come on. This might take a while. Yeah, that's a network activity. That's when you're connected to an Apple Talk network. You get the little arrows left and right. That also is how you tell when something has frozen while you're connected to a network, because they don't blink. I have an iBook and the hard drive has an operating system, but when I try to boot off an external, the hard drive bricks until about 2 restarts. Just wondering if you know anything about that. It sounds like the iBook has a failing hard drive and it's screwing everything up. Even if you have a failing hard drive and you're trying to boot from an external, that hard drive can cause system freezes and stuff like that. So, you know, I know it's a pain to get the hard drives out of those iBooks, but you might want to try removing the hard drive from the iBook, putting in an SSD or a solid-state solution, or, you know, a compact flash adapter or something like that, or another hard drive. And then if you need the data on that original hard drive, take it out, put it in an IDE to USB or FireWire enclosure, and try recovering the data that way. No, my LC3 does not have the FPU. I need to get a chip for it, and then I'll be able to install one. My LC3 is getting the internet via the Raspberry Pi, which is getting it through a network switch. Alright, so let's install Netscape. Oh yeah, we can install tons of things. Just yeah, I saw some of them there. I just have to get around to ordering it. Yep, you're very welcome. Hopefully that helps you out. Something tells me this is going to take a while. Oh, come on. So close. So close. We've battled the open transport monster and won. We battled the DaynaPort installer and won. We battled the open transport Apple Share client version mismatch for connecting to newer machines and won. We're going up to the fourth one here. 4 for 4. We're trying to install the web browser. Come on, Netscape Navigator. Apache Thunder, does that... could you send me a photo of that capture card? Both the front and the back? I'm just curious about it, if you don't mind. If you want to email me a photo. Yeah, I think I found a version of that, but it had some Java thing installed, and it was very... I mean, this is slow, but hopefully this didn't freeze. I mean, come on! Hard disk activity light is still blinking, so that's good. Yeah, no, take your time, Apache Thunder. I'm probably not going to check my email until the weekend. Right? I usually check my Mac84 email for like responses Wednesday and the weekend, and I got a few responses of people asking for updates on boards, and I've been so deep enthralled into this project because I'm trying to do a video about this weekend that everything else has gone out the window. Oh, come on. What a difference an 040 makes. I mean, my Quadro is just so snappy. And this thing is just like... Wait. A minute. I mean, if I know Internet Explorer 2 installs really quickly. I don't have that. I guess things are networked now if I really wanted to push my luck. Let me see if the Mac Mini has it on there. But I really don't want to interrupt this. Your toilet keeps running constantly. Sounds like a problem. Can it work without the Pi? If I had a network card, I could use that, a PDS network card without the Pi, but no. The Raspberry Pi is doing a lot here. So that's what makes all this possible. If you want to look up the project RaSCSI, RaSCSI, you'll find out a lot more information about it. Come on! Oh, Netscape. Netscape. Why? I don't want to have to install Internet Explorer, Mr. Netscape. I like you. But why do you gotta be silly? I mean, I could just install Wannabe. That's a text-based browser. Yeah. I'm just curious. I am transferring over another web browser. Alright, here's one that's just drag and drop. No installation required. So let's force quit this. Go to our chooser friend. See ya, Bruce. Bruce is like, I'm getting the hell out of here. These people are insane. It's probably his lunchtime. We have to see this through because we are so freaking close and I want to go to bed. And here's a drag and drop version of Netscape 301. It's not 304, but yeah, if you force quit anything, you should try and reboot. But Dana, that would take too long. That would take too long. That would take too long. Only 4 kilobits of disk space available. 6K is needed. That's neat. That sounds like a neat capture card. Alright, let's eject this. This is my life at this point. Did you break its leg like I told you? You wouldn't have this problem if you broke its leg. Alright, so we're going to try Netscape, and if that doesn't work, we're just going to use Wannabe. It's a text-only browser. Die. What the hell is wrong with all of us? Nick, I think you're talking to yourself about the toilet problems. I don't think anybody wants to hear about the toilet water. That's a little gross. I mean, it sucks. I'm sorry, but it's a little gross. Oh, I know, Tom. We are so close. I'm sorry. I want to go to bed too. It is 12:21 a.m. here. We've been going for 4 hours. I got the shakes. I need this to be complete. I need this to be complete. Please tell us more about your broken toilet. Please don't. I don't know, Mr. Fahrenheit. I do not know. Thought you were on a plumbing stream. So we are on a Macintosh LC3. We are using a RaSCSI adapter. We installed the DaynaPort experimental functionality. We installed Open Transport 1.3. We installed the Apple Share Client 3.83 update so we can network to our modern macOS 10 machines and all this fun stuff. We are installing a web browser to load a web page, and then I'm going to bed. Yeah, if I look away, maybe the progress bar will finish. All right. Could you imagine if this thing didn't have an extra 16 megs of RAM in there? My goodness, this thing would be terrible. Alright. Let's put this... Well, first off, things need to be in the applications folder because it drives me insane when they're not. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, I mean, that Quadro over there is snappy, but... Oh, if I could get one of those 040 adapters for... For my Macintosh SE30, that would be great. We don't need no stinking Java. Yay! Thank goodness! Oh my goodness. Look at that. That's a beautiful sight. Woohoo! We can all go to sleep now. No, go away. I don't care. Stop. Why is there JavaScript on there? I don't think I put any scripts on here. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the super chat, Tom. Eep! Oh, heck yeah. Oh boy. Well, I say that works. And then the Macintosh Garden. Yeah, I have to put some retro links on my retro page because right now they're not there. Yes, I'll go do the Frog Find and 68K News. Oh, look at that redraw. I remember that. Yeah, this is the optimized version, Dana. It just shows you how horrible this experience is on a poor little LC3 68030 at 25 megahertz. Oh boy. We're gonna wait for that graphic to load one more time. Yes, this is the I guess alpha site or whatever they want to call it, beta site that they are playing around with to get compatibility to older systems, etc. Come on, just download that logo. All right, good. So let's go. Here we go. Let's go to science. Technology. I believe the Garden text-only version of the site was using that wannabe browser, Jay. I don't think it's just a purely text version. It's just, you know, it's available from that. Now, I drew a very lazy frog icon for this website. I want it to be on there. I think it's the processor. It's a poor little 68030 processor at 25 megahertz, and it just is not cutting the mustard. There he is. It's our good old pal, good old buddy, old pal. We're on the information superhighway. Alright, well, that's gonna do it. Oh my goodness. Was that a thing? Yeah. We're gonna shut down now. Oh my goodness. I am very happy to turn that machine off, knowing that nightmare is over. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Thank you everybody for the super chats, all my new subscribers, anybody who's liked the video, who shared the video, who enjoyed the video. Thank you very much for hanging out for the past 4 hours and 14 minutes. It's been a thing, and I'm going to go to bed. I hope you all go to bed as well. Yeah, we might shove some more video memory in there. Gotta get a front floating point unit in there, a math coprocessor in there. I actually have a 33 megahertz upgrade card for here, but we could just overclock it. But my goodness, happy to have that RaSCSI working, and very happy to figure out some of those difficulties so we can get other people on this as well. But that's about it for now. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and take care. Have a good night. Bye.